Okay, so I'm starting a new project here. We're going to be doing a standard bathroom renovation. We're going to be changing out an existing tub, putting in a new walk-in shower, and we're going to try to keep this kind of basic. So we're kind of being budget friendly, but I'm going to show you the amount of work that it actually takes to accomplish this and to give you a lot of tips on how to go about doing this yourself. Okay, so we're in this existing bathroom. This isn't a very large bathroom. It's basically 5 by 8. And as you can see, the way that the layout is, it has the tub on the left-hand side here and basically very little room here with a pedestal sink. Very typical type of size bathroom. But the first thing that I want you to pay attention to is that these walls bump out of the plaster area. So when I see this, I know that there's going to be a lot of effort and a lot of work to demo this. I'll show you exactly why, but this is the old style mud bed walls that contractors used to build for tile, and it's a real challenge to remove. The other thing that I've noticed is that we have plaster walls. This is not drywall. So this is going to take a lot more effort to remove this existing plaster. So we'll show you what you might encounter when you get into doing that as well. But just knowing that this is this older home with the mud bed walls, you can rest assured that the floor is going to be about 2 inches thick of mud as well. Now there's two different ways that they used to go about doing this. So number one, which I'm hoping this is it, is that they used to use 1x material and then put metal lath and then the mud bed on top of that. That usually is the easier type to remove. But if they didn't do that, they would actually notch out the top of the joists and put blocking in between the joist and fill that all with mud. And that would end up being close to 4 inches thick and a lot more effort to remove. So this is a big item that when you're replacing this, it can get into a lot more labor. And so you want to evaluate that before you get started into something like this. Okay, so we're down in the basement. Thankfully, we have a suspended ceiling, so we're able to actually look at the plumbing and evaluate what's here. And if you're a contractor, again, I really highly, I know it takes extra time to do this estimate and take a look at this stuff, but if you want to be accurate on your estimating, you don't want to lose out, be sure to come down into the basement and look at that plumbing. So looking at this, you could see, you can come over now. So looking at this, we have basically copper lines, okay? So that's a good sign. I mean, it's better than if you had galvanized piping, you really want to replace it. We're going to end up replacing all of this anyways. But, for the most part, having copper and not having too much excessive green buildup, tells me that you can go ahead and actually use this plumbing and be okay. Now you can also evaluate where the toilet comes up. This is a 3-inch stack. And as you can see, this is cast iron. So if you were to change this out, you're going to have to cut this off somewhere back here and then refinagle everything. But the cast iron looks like it's in good shape. You don't see any excessive rust. I don't see any water damage really. One of the areas that you'll always see a lot of damage is where the connection point of the copper going into the toilet flange. But in this case, it looks totally fine. So really looking at this, if you wanted to leave this type of copper in existence, I could see this lasting another 50, 60 years, no problem. But it just depends on whether you're going to be moving any of your plumbing or doing anything, whether it makes sense to actually attach to that. Now, when it comes to water supplies, I see some excessive green corrosion on this copper. So I would probably not want to leave that because it's probably the copper can start to be very thin in these areas. So I would recommend replacing the copper, or at least this section of it, because this fitting in these areas right here could be a potential leak problem. But we have copper lines, so that's something that could be long lasting as well. But you can see even here, we've got some excessive green buildup, and that is not terrible. This is probably not something I'd be overly concerned about, but really PEX is not very inexpensive. It's a very inexpensive way to replace this. So I would go ahead and still replace this if I was, advising the client. But all purposes, this could, since this is easily accessible too, you can easily repair it if it ever needed to be done. Okay, so this is the tub. You can see that they attached new plumbing. So this was a repair at some point, and they probably put a new trap because the tub was probably draining slowly. So it all looks like in good shape, but since we're going to be doing a new shower, we're going to be replacing this and then putting in a new 2-inch drain for the shower. But you can also see these are the lines for the tub area. You can see that that's all copper. So we'll convert that to PEX and run all new PEX lines in here as well. Okay, so demo, I usually like to get the vanity and the toilet out of here first thing so we have some room to actually work. Just definitely shut the water off at the main because any of these valves are not going to be trustworthy. Most likely they're going to leak. So turn off the water to the main house and then we can go ahead and just remove our valves and our sink here. Okay, so the toilet, we can just remove this old supply line here. Okay, so sometimes it's just easier just to get a grinder and cut these bolts off, especially if you're not going to reuse the toilet. You know, it doesn't really matter. So this flange doesn't look like it was really well attached. It's sitting way up off of the floor. I'm not sure. Yeah, just a push-in flange, but not really well anchored. And as you can see, the reason they did that was because the old cast iron flange was all kind of rotted out. So not a big deal. We're going to be replacing this anyways. But temporarily, I'm just going to stick a sponge in here to keep debris from going in there. Okay, so we're going to get started on getting rid of these mud bed walls in the shower area. Now, if I was replacing a tub or trying to keep this tub, I would make sure that I put something in that drain to keep it from getting clogged with any dirt or anything. But since I'm converting this to a shower, I have to convert everything to 2-inch. So even if the trap got filled up with junk, it doesn't really matter. You know, these mud bed walls, they're just no fun to remove. And I found in my experience, the best way to go about it is just to get a nice big framing hammer and just smash it out piece by piece. That's really it. So get yourself a good pair of headsets, respirator. I gotta get my eyewear because you don't want to get this stuff in your eyes either. So we'll get started on that. So, yeah, as you can see, this is all metal lath underneath it here. Definitely a solid foundation for tile, but my goodness, just an enormous amount of work and weight over these old bathrooms. So, nothing easy about it, but a good framing hammer really makes a world of difference. So when it comes to the metal lath, please be careful with this stuff. This is some really nasty stuff, really easy to cut yourself. I've actually gotten a lot of comments from other contractors talking about getting stitches and all types of stuff from this. So, you know, maybe even, you know, if it's really warm out, it's kind of tough to wear a long sleeve shirt, but, you know, just take precautions, use some good work gloves. And then if you need to cut it up into smaller pieces to keep it to be able to easily manage getting it out, do so. You can always take a grinder and cut cut some of that metal lath and get it apart easily. So take your time, be careful. Okay, so we're going to remove all the plaster in here. Now, this being the old school plaster, and they usually have the metal lath in the corners and stuff. So, you know, it's usually easier to just sawzall the corners so that you can kind of tear each sheet out by itself. Otherwise, it'll just kind of all fall in pieces, and it's really tough to get that corner out. So I'm going to use my sawzall, go around the perimeter of the room. We got to remove the cover for our face, for our fan as well. So thankfully on this one, there actually wasn't any metal lath in the corners, which was actually kind of surprising. But a lot of this plaster was definitely unevenly coated in this bathroom. So it was up to about 1 inch thick, and it really does have a lot of weight to it. So, you know, expect many trips again to your truck because this stuff is pretty heavy to remove and get rid of. And as I going along here, you can see that I always take out the nails as I'm moving along, and I've learned that the hard way. I've definitely snagged some shirts and gotten cut off of nails, leaving them exposed. So if you stay in the habit of making sure that you remove those nails as you move along, that hopefully will eliminate any accidents and, you know, snaggings on you. But yeah, it's just a matter of removing it. Honestly, plaster is really easy to remove. It does come out in chunks pretty easily. In some ways, it can be easier. Well, it's about the same as drywall, ultimately, as far as removing. Just usually a lot more nails, and especially around a window like this, they have the metal corner bead that's really integrated in the window. So that's kind of a challenge sometimes to remove. And I actually still have metal lath from that tile around that window as well, which just takes a lot more effort to remove. And in removing ceilings, this is a question mark. It's always tough unless you have access to the attic to tell whether there's going to be blown-in insulation. Fortunately, in this one, it did have some kind of traditional fiberglass that had a paper face on it, so it wasn't quite as dusty, but it's usually pretty nasty. Make sure you have a good respirator on at all times, ripping out a ceiling. And if it is blown-in insulation, unfortunately, there really is no easy way other than to just allow it to fall on the floor and clean it up later. So okay, so that's the end of day one of demo. Usually even though these are small bathrooms, it usually takes a couple days to actually get everything out of here. So again, this is a lot of work, so be prepared for the amount of trips to your truck and back, or to wherever you're dumping this out at. It is going to be heavy too. So, I mean, it's probably, I'll get the final number later today, but it'll probably be around 2,000 pounds worth of tile debris in that plaster. So, but we'll get on to this tomorrow and demo the rest of this. Okay, so we're going to replace this vent fan. And these are one of those question marks. It's really tough to tell whether it's vented or not. So I had intentionally thought it was because it had a duct vent up here. So it looks deceiving, but it was actually just run up into the attic space and left nowhere. So when that situation happens, there's only a couple options to be able to vent, really three main ones. One is going through the soffit right outside the window, which would be awesome if you have an overhang. If you don't have an overhang, you won't have that opportunity. Second best way, or easiest way I should say, is to go through the gable end. So all the way where your roof peak is going out of the attic. That's another, efficient way to do it. And then really the best way, but not practical because of roofing, is to go straight through the roof. So there's not too many easy options to vent this in this particular situation because we don't have any overhangs, and then the gable is over 20 feet that way or this way. It doesn't really matter. We're right in the middle of the house. So what we're planning to do with this is we're going to install our new vent fan and kind of do the same thing that they already had in here, where we just leave a flex duct up here because they're going to replace the roof here in the next year or two, and then they'll put a roof vent directly through the roof. So it'll be to par here shortly. It's just going to take a little bit of time before we do that. But we're going to go ahead and install this vent fan so we get the ceiling wrapped up. Okay, so we're going to install, again, one of my favorite vent fans. I seem to do this in every bathroom, and just because they work so well. I've never really had an issue with them, and I do always recommend just getting a fan for your bathroom and having a light separate to this, just because the grate and the venting will just be just that. I find it to be better to be simplified in that manner. So this is a Panasonic. Let's just open this up. So this guy is great for retrofits. Be sure to check out my video on installing a retrofit. You can also use this for the new construction as well. I personally just like to screw them straight to my studs so that I have a nice air seal around them. So we're not going to be using that bracket. This guy is important if you're doing a retrofit. Basically, this outline here is what you would use to make the cutout. And then again, this is just a standard vent. So it's just a cover, just a nice 10-inch cover. And then the actual body. And what's interesting about this is that when you do a retrofit style, you sit this up into the wall, connect your duct, and then you slide the whole box into place. So, but in this particular situation, I'm just going to be venting, or having my vent come this way, because when they put the roof vent through, they'll just connect it when the roof is in. If you're not doing a retrofit, or if you even are doing a retrofit, you need to put this screw in to connect this housing. So this, like I said, this slides out. so that you're able to put this up into the ceiling and connect your duct. But since we're doing new construction, we just need to put this together. So just put a screw in the side of the housing, and then we'll get ourselves prepped for our wires. Just plastic connectors, Romex connectors, makes it nice and simple. Just place them in, push them in. And anytime you have a braided line like this, you want to stick it out past your copper lines here, and then twist them in so that they actually connect well. Otherwise, if they could sometimes just connect to the copper and not the actual braided line. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to put this flex duct on there, and then they can connect it to the roof vent once the new roof gets put on. So really the roof vent's going to be the best way to vent this. So when you put this corrugated on here, it's a good idea to have a worm drive clamp to connect it well secured. You can pull on it and make sure. So if you're going to be doing some drywall by yourself, you could definitely do that in a small room like this pretty easily. Just put a blocker up on the wall so that you have at least one catcher. So when you put up your drywall, that you have something that rests up there. So I would just keep this down about 1.5 inches from the ceiling, and you know, anywhere kind of in the middle will work. So for ceilings, I do recommend you glue it. So use some liquid nail or drywall glue. And it's also a really great way to be able to seal around your vent fan as well, because that'll make a nice airtight seal. So glue your ceiling before you go hanging. And then after you hang the drywall for your vent fan, just mark out where that location is. Use a rotozip. That's usually the simplest way to be able to make a nice clean cut around your vent fan. Okay, so at this point, just removing that jam. It's usually easier just to cut that in half with the Sawzall. I really do like these axe blades. I usually only get like a 9-inch blade most of the time, but if you get a demo wrecking blade, that'll definitely allow you to go through nails, plaster, all of that stuff pretty easily. Just be careful when you're using it not to go too far into a stud bay. Now in this particular situation, all of our studs were kind of flat ways, so there was really less depth within that closet area, meaning that the wires were really close to the wall material. So be careful with the Sawzall. You don't want to be adding more work to your workload by cutting a wire in any fashion. So as you can see there, you can see those wires sticking out. And you know, we'll get into the framing portion of this, but you pretty much have to shim out the walls at this point because the electrical boxes stick out past those flat 2x4s. So just a matter of removing all that plaster, getting rid of the nails, and then you know, getting yourself ready so that you can get the drywall ceiling in. So some of these Tetris type of cuts are a little bit difficult and cumbersome to put install, especially when your bathroom is not square. So, you know, take some patience. Sometimes it's going to take a couple of times to get these things to fit into place. But using one of these little drywall tools, the drywall board mate, kind of helps you to hold the one piece of drywall in, just kind of like the ledger board on the wall, and allows you to get a nice tight joint. But if you can make your joints nice and tight, it's going to make the finishing of the drywall much easier. Okay, so we're going to switch out this double box, because this was kind of like a remodel box, so you don't want to reuse that when you're putting new drywall up. But I do advise getting these fiberglass boxes. Very thick construction. It's great for when you go to roto-zip around, but you want to hold this away from the wall a bit. This was, like I said, was a remodel box, so they kind of had it where they wanted it. We're going to put a couple 2x4s up against the wall so that we can fur out where the location is. Let's establish what's hot here. So that's hot, that's hot. So we're going to go ahead and turn off the power so we can mess around with this. Or maybe not. I think we'll be all right. So one additional piece of advice I would say is just take your phone and take a video or a picture of your existing wiring setup so you don't get confused. There's no sense in trying to figure out where everything exactly goes. Now this was a particularly easy setup because there was just basically 2 wires for the vent fan and 2 wires for the switch box. So it was basically 2 separate power supplies that held each item. So it's pretty simple to be able to figure out how things went, but you know, it's really tough to say what's going to be in your existing electrical box. You might have additional wires that are feeding outlets or other lighting circuits within the home. So take a video and that'll help you out. Make sure that you can just put the back in that same configuration. So this is an old cast iron tub that I'm going to take out because we're going to be putting in a walk-in shower. But they don't make these type of tubs anymore with this little detail bump out. So what I want to do is to refinish this. So I'm going to take this out as a whole unit, even though it's 300 and some pounds. And we're going to refinish this thing so that somebody else can use this in the future. So yeah, we'll show you how to refinish this tub and make this like a brand new looking tub. Okay, so a couple tools that you're going to need. So one, you actually can use a sledgehammer for this. I don't usually recommend sledgehammers for most demo, but on something like this, it can help using a good chipping hammer. This isn't 100% necessary, especially if you don't own one and you have to rent it. I would just try to use everything with a sledgehammer, and even a decent heavy-duty framing hammer can break this up. And then I have a pry bar as well to be able to try to pull big, larger chunks out of it. But it's really tough to tell how difficult it's going to be to actually remove and what you can really pry off of to break it up. But you know, these basic tools is really all you need to be able to demo this. Get some good ear protection as well. So it's really actually pretty easy to remove a mud bed floor once you get a pry bar or something underneath of it and pry it up, and you just bang it with a sledgehammer and break it up into manageable pieces. So, but this actual shower, or this main floor, was actually better than I expected. Main reason is because the lath boards, or the boards in between the joists, were even with the top of the joists and didn't require me to have to frame or do anything, because a lot of times they like to notch out the top of the joist and lower that mud bed into the floor. So this was actually a kind of a pleasant surprise, and you'll find that it actually does break up pretty easily by just breaking it up with a sledgehammer and taking out manageable pieces. Okay, so we're going to be refinagling this plumbing because we're going to be installing a shower instead of a tub. So you need a 2-inch drain all the way down to the main connection point over here. So make it easy on ourselves. I mean, all intents and purposes, you could leave these little boards in between there. But I'm just going to remove them so I can be able to visually see everything and get things rerouted. So you can just simply just pull all these little blockers out of here, and we'll get into moving the plumbing. So like I mentioned, you can just leave these blockers in between there if you're not going to be having to go to the extent of moving the plumbing as I did here. So, you know, keep that in mind. As long as it's not protruding up above the joist, it shouldn't be any problem to be able to put new plywood down. Now, I didn't remove all of this throughout the entire room. It was just primarily where the main plumbing area was. Okay, so we're going to be refinagling this plumbing. Main reason is because I'm converting to a tub over here, or to a shower. And you need a 2-inch drain all the way down to the main waste stack. So this is our toilet flange. This is cast iron. Obviously you can see this is copper here. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut our cast iron right at the main portion here before the hub. And then we're going to connect with a Fernco and reroute our plumbing. So we're going to get rid of all of this copper, including our vanity drain and then the existing tub drain. So, all right, so what we're going to do is first cut the cast iron pipe. And what I like to use are these torch blades. So this is a heavy metal blade, and is really great for cutting plumbing like this. So let's get the copper off first. And we'll go ahead and cut our cast iron. So we're going to attach to this existing vent. So let's go ahead and cut our galvanized piping here. Okay, so we've got a mission cup link, and as you can see, I have 4 separate worm drive clamps on here, and this is for cast iron to PVC. So this works great for this transition here. So when you put these hub fittings on, there's a little rubber bottom out section of it. So you want to make sure that basically this is halfway on your fitting, and that this little rubber sleeve here is inside the pipe, so that it rests against the PVC. Now you're going to want to, these things are a real kind of a pain in the neck to put together, so put the PVC on first and then go onto your cast iron, and then you can sleeve over all of your worm drive clamps. But it fits very snugly, so I mean that's a good thing to have on these pipes. But basically we're just going to stick this on here, and this can be a little bit of a challenge too, depending on your situation. Okay, to make sure that there isn't any space, and you can feel that that hub part is fitting against the cast iron and the other rubber gasket. Then you can go ahead and put your worm drive clamps on. So what our plan is, now we're gonna have the 3-inch stack just sticking up out of the floor, and after we're done with our tile work, we'll get another toilet flange that fits inside of a 3-inch pipe. But basically this is going to be our new vanity line, 1.5 inches, and we have 2 inches off the back end of this that will reroute to the shower. So this fitting, you know, you have to order in advance. You're not going to find these in too many places, but it's a 3x3x2, but it has the street 90 on it. So it's nice to have fittings like this on hand, just for situations like this. So this is kind of a tight spot, so I'm gonna, you obviously want to dry fit everything first, but what we're gonna do is glue the 90-degree on first. So when you do that, just make sure it lines up the halfway mark on your fitting, lines up with the halfway mark on here. That'll make sure that you have the right pitch for this fitting and that everything fits right. But as you can see, when I'm dry fitting, I can't really get this to fit all the way in the fitting completely. So once you glue it, this will give us a little bit more, probably almost that much, about a 1/2 inch additional inside of here. So, but when we dry fitted this, what we're going to do is just have this 3-inch pipe sticking up, and you just wanted to reference from the wall where you're going to be at. So we got 12.5 inches now. My expectation will be about 12.25 from our rough framing, which works out great for a 12-inch rough in. Really, you can go all the way down to about, off the rough end framing, about 11.5 inches. Once you get beyond that, then you're going to have to go with a 10-inch rough in. But this also, the other thing to keep in mind is how far away from the wall. We're going to be about 20 inches away from the wall, so we'll have plenty of elbow room on that side. Okay, so you want to get your purple primer. So this is the kind of primer I'm using. And then this will be the PVC glue that we're using on there as well. Okay, so you want to prime your street fitting. And then also inside the pipe. And then put a fair amount of glue on both the fitting and the hub. Okay, so then basically you want to push this in and make sure that these halfway marks line up right here. That'll give us the right amount of pitch for each end. So just hold this for a couple seconds and let that fit in. Okay. Yeah, and that gives us a little bit more room there. Okay, so then use a level. There we go. And then this guy is just gonna be stubbed up, wowed out of the floor. Yeah, good enough. 13.5. We might put a couple shims on this wall to bring that wall out a little bit further, just to make that work. But as you can see, I'm hub to hub on everything, so there really isn't much room here to be able to do anything else. Actually, that might not be bad at all. Okay, so as long as I can stay pitched as well, yeah, we should be all right. If I have that straight up against there, that'll pitch well. Can you see anything I'm doing down here? Okay. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and glue these two main fittings together because it'll be just easier to do it down here. Okay, so this is considered a long sweep 90, so it'll be on its side here. I'm gonna have to notch that joist out a little bit, damn it. That's better. Okay. That should be a little bit. So this basically is now about 19 and a half off the floor, but we're gonna have another 3/4 inch plywood and then tile. So we'll be right about 18 3/4, 19 inches off of the main bathroom floor, which is actually a pretty good height for most pedestal sinks for that matter. Between 18 and 20 inches, it's usually a good height for your vanity. So I have everything dry fitted to where I needed to place this, but just pay attention to here how my vent is connected. As you can see, I have a T that comes down, and this is our main drain line coming down. And basically the T comes over for the P-trap. This is the most ideal situation for a vent because you have a standing T that will always allow air into the system. So if you can configure it this way, this is the ultimate way to go. But a lot of times, as you can see, there isn't a whole, this goes down below the joists. So a lot of circumstances, this is not able to be achieved. But when you have a basement where you have the accessibility to do that, this would be the ideal way to put this vent basically standing up and bringing the P-trap over. Okay, so for the trap, best way to go about this is to glue the trap arm first. Put a level on it to make sure it sits plumb. So then make sure that's nice and level, because that'll make sure that that trap sits nice and plumb. Okay. Okay, so then we're just off our center line of where our drain needs to be. Okay, so that works for that. Now I am just going to leave this loose because it's going to be easier to measure for the plywood and everything and then glue this in afterwards. But we'll go ahead and get this connected. So just taking a look at this. Yeah, so we're about 1/4 inch. Yeah, it should work. You want to just make sure it's pitching in each direction here. Okay, that'll work. cone on a side like this, you always want a long sweep 90 like this. So this has a more gentle pitch. Let's just dry fit this again, make sure that this is still going to work. And we're in good shape. Okay, so that gets our new drain line. So now we're ready to get some more PEX and get this floor back down. Okay, so we're gonna put some PEX adapters on here, and I always do recommend, even though there's basement access down here, you could technically use a shark bite on here and just be fine, but I do like using these copper PEX adapters on here. So let's just take off our temporary caps. That copper is all nice and clean. I'm going to use a little bit of flux. Use a brush for that.
Just make sure you get every bit of that copper.
Resolder. Okay, so what I like to use are these Pro crimp rings. So these guys have these little sleeves on here, and what it does is when you set this on here, it puts it the PEX or the crimping ring at the right location. So you can see right here that kind of leaves that 16th inch gap. That's what you want on this. So we're gonna go ahead and put some of our fittings together because it's gonna be hard to get the crimpers inside of our floor joists. So just get a 90-degree elbow on here. And then we'll be going over to here, so something like that. Same thing on the Okay, so I don't 100% know exactly where I want to put my ports until I get the subfloor in. I'm just going to put these caps on here. Okay, so I'm sure you're exhausted from getting all of that subfloor removed, but this is the time that you want to take the not the precautions, but you want to double check to make sure everything's level so that everything else is going to be easier for your installation. So now that we got all our joists exposed, we got the plumbing rerouted, now we're going to put down some subfloor. And I get a lot of questions about like what's within reason when it comes to levelness. You know, how precise should you be? And I always recommend is if you're within a 1/4 inch over 4 foot or over in a 5 foot spanned area, you can overcome that very easily when you're either setting a shower pan or installing a tub. 1/4 inch is not something that if there's a lot of extra effort to be able to do, it's not worth having to do it. But anything more than that, and especially with flatness, I think is more important. I think the flatter that your floor can be, the easier it is for tile installation. So take a 6 foot level or some kind of straight edge and go across all of your joists. And then obviously it would be great to be able to establish whether it's level. So when you have a diagonal level, I mean, this is a 6 foot level, it's a pretty big level, but even if you got a piece of a 2x4 or something that is about 6 foot in width and span across 3 or 4 of your joists, and just double check to see if it's level. Now this is probably about 1/8 of an inch from one side to the other. Again, that's under that 1/4 inch roll for that I use, and it's not a big deal. So you can easily overcome that with the tile work or whatever floor covering you're doing. But really, I'm more concerned about the joists being in line with one another. So if you have any type of a bow, like say if you had, it could be level, each joist could be level, but then one can be farther down than the other. So as long as you're staying within that 1/4 inch, you should be good. Now we're going to be putting a shower tray in here, so you want to definitely check your levelness from left to right. And again, we're probably looking at about that 1/8 inch difference from one side to the other. Not a big deal. So you want to pay attention to your ledgers around the edge of the room. So for instance, a common area that kind of falls apart or doesn't have good support is around the toilet area. So we're going to have to put a blocker right here so that we can catch and get the weight of that plywood on this. So we'll go ahead and do a little bit of additional framing here and get our plywood down. Okay, so I don't know why, but I see this all the time where you have your main waste stack over here. For some reason, these joists that are right next to where this waste stack is are always higher than the rest of the room. So as you can see here, my level is just hitting the top of it, and I'm almost over a 1/4 inch higher in that corner. So pay attention to that when you're putting your ledger board on, and just make sure that you keep your ledger board even with the rest of the floor joists. I don't know why that commonly happens, but it always seems that these joists end up being higher in the corner here. And then rather than paying necessarily attention to levelness, we're going to pay attention to flatness, because we're not really doing anything to the joist. So make sure that you span across here and then nail your ledger board in. Okay, so we're going to be tiling this area, and one big rule, and I've learned this the hard way, is you can't tile over hardwood flooring. So any tongue and groove type of material like this, you have to get out of there and install plywood, because basically the expansion and contraction of the hardwood is too much for the tile layer, and you'll end up with tile popping over time, especially when, you know, if you're in an environment where you get hot and cold spells. It'll definitely, you know, expand and contract too much and then have the tile layer break on you. So always remove hardwood underneath of your tile layer. Okay, so anytime you see wires going around here, use a little bit more of a precise tool like this oscillating tool to cut this. You don't want to try to be sawzalling next to this. As you can see, this is pretty close to the bottom of my board here too. So make sure you use an oscillating tool and just be careful. Okay, so I'm gonna end up putting some furring strips over top of my joists here. Main reason is because they used to have obviously a 2-inch mud bed here, but we're about 1 3/8 inches deep here. And what the client wants to do is put new flooring on the outside of the outside floor. So what my goal is to basically get the new plywood even with this existing hardwood. So we're just gonna put some furring strips down, 1/2-inch plywood. Just the easiest way is just to rip it down in the table saw. But you want to glue these on top of there. So this is just strictly to just give a little bit of height on top of our joist here. Take a ring here, kind of center around here. Okay, so by all intents and purposes, you could go and try to make this kind of odd shaped Tetris type of pattern, but really subflooring, especially if you're going to be tiling over it, it's not like the end all be all to have tongue and groove, everything being tongue and groove. So I'm just going to cut this large piece and then we're going to fit in the smaller piece here. So basically going from here to wall in this whole area, so got 76 and we'll go 42. So we'll just cut a straight piece there and then we'll cut that middle part. Okay, so we just dry fitted our shower pan, and so let's just mark this out so that we can get a nice centered mark for the cutout on here. So there's obviously a joist right here. So I'm just kind of notching this out to make this work. All right, let me just see how this is going to fit on here. I think that's ever been a description. Okay, so that should be all right then. Go ahead and glue this in now. Just make sure you get glue on the trap and the main arm here. Yeah, that should work good. Okay, so as we expected, there's no insulation in this back wall. They didn't really have insulation, I guess, in the 40s. I'm not really sure, but most of the homes don't have anything out there. So when I do get a chance to put new stuff in, I really like using mineral wool. So this is just Owens Corning version, but this will get you in a 2x4 wall an R15, which is about 2 more than that pink stuff. So I would definitely recommend that. The other thing is this doesn't have a paper face on it, kind of just stuffs in there. And what's really great is that it's fire resistant and water resistant for the most part. If this got wet, it's not going to be the end of the world. It's not going to ruin it. It'll dry out. So I think this is a great option for bathrooms. So one thing is really helpful is one of these little bread knives. This is made for insulation, but this will help you cut this into all these little cavities. As you can see here, I have all these little tiny spots I got to cut. So this will help out a lot. All right, so I agree with Winnie. Everybody stop pretending that this is actually doing anything. Look at that. You can see light all the way through there. So just take some spray foam fill that whole area in. So for around the window, we're basically just buffering out whatever it takes to be able to have an even space all the way around the window. Now I just did obviously put foam in between behind that window, so I wanted to immediately add the blocking around the window. So at the bottom sill, I needed a 2x4 to braze it up, and on the side, just 3/4 inch plywood has worked. But just to reiterate, the reason that we're doing 3/4 inch furring strips on this back wall is all because of the shower base. We want to be able to overhang our backer board around the shower base to overcome the flange and go on top of the shower pan. So that's what was required for that 3/4. It was pretty easy. All I did was take a sheet of plywood and rip it down into strips and just nailing this over the existing studs. Just make sure. See. So center of this drain, 46, 46. Okay, so I just wanted to double check where my center is on this, make sure I got blocking, which just already has existing blocking, which is great because most of these pedestal sinks, that's the way they anchor into the wall. So you always have to make sure there's like a 2x6 or something here. The other thing I wanted to pay attention to was the height of my valves, and this particular model recommends 10 inches from the top of my basically from the top of my finished sink area, so about 10 inches. 10 inches from the top of where our pedestal sink is the recommendation. So we're going to use this little strap system to help hold this in place. So we just want to make sure that we're basically going to have 8-inch centers on our valve. Actually, it wouldn't be bad to have 6-inch. Let's go 6-inch, so it's a little bit tighter. So we'll go in these two holes here, and then basically this just slides right in. So this one's about right where we need it. So let's get this on here first. Okay, so for your toilet supply, I usually go 8 inches from center. So center point 8 inches. And then you want to make sure you have enough room for your base trim. So if you went with a 5.5-inch base trim, definitely go 8 inches on to the top of your board here. So let's go right here. sure you put a metal support. Not much more real wheel on there, is there? Ain't much reveal at all. Alright, so we need to make it 13 and 7/8 by 23 and 7/8. Okay, so then if this is, typically I put these at around 51 inches off the floor, but we can actually go a little bit lower since this is a smaller mirror. So even if I went 49 inches, yeah, it's not a bad height.
That's good.
Yeah, so 49 inches, the bottom of my 2x4. So let's just get a stud in here. It's a light fixture. You know, we have a lot of room in this area here. So, I mean, I would recommend probably 10 inches from the ceiling, 10 to 12 inches. And then that'll basically keep us 10 inches off the bottom from the top of this as well. So somewhere in the center. So what I like to do is put a block in the back here so I can put a box in afterwards. So right now I'll be just fishing the wire outside of the drywall, because you never really know until the final position of this. So you're better off just to take a little hole, have the wire sticking out, and then put a box in after you have all the decisions made. So let's go ahead and just put a 2x6 block back here. Okay, so then that, you get one of these boxes and you'll be able to mount that right into there. So that's the way that'll work. But we'll do that after we get the drywall in. Crazy staple, probably what, 60 years old. That's what they used to use. It's a serious staple right there. All right, so what else do we need in here? Let me get an outlet. Okay, so outlets should be about 42 inches off the floor. We're gonna get close to that because of my piping. I mean, we're gonna be pretty close. Yeah, I mean, you got basically 41¼ inches. That's gonna have to be close enough for this situation. But on a normal circumstance, you want to try to be 42 inches off the floor. All right. So every situation is a little bit different when it comes to running your wire in the basement. In this particular situation, it was nice. All the joists were wide open and I was able to use an existing hole to run that wire through. If not, you might have to get a spade bit and drill some new holes to get to your main breaker panel. But once you get to the main breaker panel, it's pretty easy. All you need to do is find an empty bus terminal for your ground and for your neutral, and then just connect the breaker and you're good to go. It really is that simple. So be sure to shut off the power to the main panel if you are concerned about, obviously getting shocked. But as long as you keep your hands away from the back side of the bus, you'll be in good shape. So hopefully this helped you out. Okay, so this is a common occurrence when you remove plaster. The plaster is always usually thicker than the actual drywall. So we're gonna have to fur this out with some 1/2-inch plywood. I just like to rip these down on the table saw, and that furs me out enough to be able to do that. It's not always the case. You might have to get some thicker plywood, 3/4 inch. It really depends on the plaster. But rather than trying to plane down this jamb or redo anything with it, it's just easier to fur it out. Okay, so these old boxes have these screws that mount the wire connectors in there. I'm going to cut them off, but these boxes also protrude out of our 1.5-inch board, so I'm going to have to fur out this wall in order to put new drywall up. Okay, so one thing, when I was doing my plumbing, we had very limited room to get my plumbing where I needed it. So when I go off my rough and framing, I'm about 13.5 inches. So it's not exactly ideal. I'm gonna fur out this wall a little bit just to bring this out so that I don't have as much gap behind the toilet. So if I had 3/4 inch, it'll be 12. It'll basically be like 12.25 to the center, which will be more of a reasonable distance for your toilet. But at the end of the day, bringing this out isn't going to be any big deal. The only one thing I'm going to have to do is move my box out. Basically just make sure that this stays even with our wall studs because it's kind of wonky here. So when it comes to hanging the drywall, this should be pretty straightforward at this point. Once you get all that blocking up, all the nails out, and you're all ready to go, it's really kind of a fun part of the project. It's just a matter of cutting it down the size and fitting. Now, there isn't really a go-to way of going about hanging it other than just making sure that you have support around all the edges of your drywall. And really, you do kind of want to have 16 inches on center. That usually makes out the better way to fasten it. But if you can stand up the sheet and it can fill a whole space and you can eliminate a joint that you don't have to finish, that's definitely the way to go. A lot of bathrooms, you end up standing up more sheets than not, especially in this particular bathroom where we had a closet area. So I just stood up sheets on every single angle so that you didn't have as much work. Now, when you get onto a wall that is longer than, say, 5 foot and a full sheet doesn't make any sense, just make sure that you hang that top sheet first so that the beveled edge of the drywall actually meets the top of the drywall. That will kind of make a nicer finish and a more smooth finish for your corners. But other than that, just a matter of making sure that you don't have too many screws hanging out, because that'll just make the front, mudding the the wall's a little bit more frustrating. But take your time, be neat, try to rotozip as best as you can, eliminate the amount of work that will arise for your finishing process. Okay, so we're going to be putting our shower valve in. This is going to be a very simple, the entire shower is going to be pretty simple overall, but we're just using the mixing valve. This is a Kohler K304 valve, and as you can tell, there is no shut-offs on the actual unit. So if you don't have shut-offs, so we have shut-offs here that we can shut off the unit if we need to. So we did not have to get the ones with the integral shut-offs. So this is just the standard valve, and as you can see, it has the male adapters that we just thread on. So it'll be fairly simple, but almost every time you get into an existing shower area, you want to center it up. And I would recommend centering it in the actual shower area, not where the curb is, just because it'll line up with your drain. So I kind of go off of where my drain center is, which is off my front rough end framing, was about 15 inches. So you basically have a 30-inch showering area. So we're gonna have to cut out this stud because you're basically an inch off of here. And I would recommend making this go about 48 inches off the floor. And that'll be the height for the valve. So 48 is right about here. So we'll just cut a little bit up, a good bit, to give ourselves some room to be able to put the ports together. Now this can be used as a shower or a tub as well, but we're just going to be capping off this bottom port. So let's go ahead and just cut this out. So most of the time, you should be able to just, so on this sleeve here, there's an indicator. It's about an inch, well, 3/4 of an inch. This is your variance for where you want the finished wall to be. So most of the time, you can just have a 2x4 block on a 2x4 wall, put this right up against there, and then you'll be in the middle by the time you have your tile layer on here. Because you're gonna have 1/2 inch backer board, and then 1/2 inch with the tile thin set, and I'll put us right here in the middle. So it's really simple. Just put a 2x4 in the back of the wall, and you're set at the right depth. All right, so we'll go ahead and prepare the valve first, and then we'll get it mounted. So you want to use some Teflon tape. Do about 4 to 5 revolutions, and you want to wrap this around clockwise, keeping it as flat as you can. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are just female adapters. We want to use a little bit of pipe sealant as well. So coat these threads. So just make sure that when you're looking at this, the arrows are pointing in and that the cold is on the right. So cold is on the right. So that means this is our tub spout down below here. test everything here. Okay, good in shape. Go move on to the waterproofing. Looks good. Okay. It's even up top. Everything's even up top. It's just down at the bottom. It's not. Okay, so we're about to set our shower pan in. We just dry fitted it. And one of the things you really want to pay attention to is the flatness of your wall. And when you put one of these shower pans in, it kind of highlights what's wrong in a lot of ways. So like I have my straight edge here and it kind of goes in line with what's being shown here. So as you can see, I have a big gap in between my wall stud and my pan, and it's tight in the corners, and my straight edge is reading the same thing. So that's like almost 3/8 of an inch. That's pretty bad. So I'm going to show you the fastest and easiest way to basically overcome unplumbness and unevenness with the walls, because when you're tiling a wall, it's so much easier if you can get the wall completely flat before you're doing it. But it also reads out of plumb as well in that same direction. So all signs point that we have to bring this stud out to meet the edge of our pan. And this is a great reference point too, just using your shower pan as that reference point, because this is all straight in a line. We'll just double check it with our straight edge. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to just simply sister on new studs. That's really going to be the fastest and easiest way to go about this. So we'll just get basically one that's 95 inches. And just to reiterate too, check out the top with your straight edge, and that's all looking pretty good up top. So it truly is just the bottom of the studs that are bad, but also check for plumbness on your edge boards. And I'm showing level this, or plumb this way and plumb this way as well. So it's literally just these three studs that are kind of kicked out that way a little bit. Okay, so let me get my framing nailer. So this is gonna be really simple. I'm just gonna make sure it's tight up at the top because we're already good there. And I'm just gonna pull it out to meet my base. So make sure this is tucked against the wall at the top. And then have it tight to the base. Okay, so on our new studs, we're just going to drill a couple pilot holes into our flange. So we'll get them before we set the mortar. We want to do that. So before we pull this out, let's just take a look at the levelness of this. Now I knew that I was a little bit higher on this side than this side, so we could raise this up a little bit to make that 100% level. But what I'm more concerned about is from back to front. And as you can see, I am about a 1/4 inch off. So I want to make sure that I recognize that when I go to put my mortar underneath of my pan, then I can adjust that so that my pan is level. So it's always good to reference what you're up against and making sure that you have enough mortar. So basically this whole pan on the front end has to lift up a little bit to make this level. But that's what I mean by being a 1/4 inch out of level. It's not really that big of a deal. You can make it up when you go to set the pan. Okay, so what we're gonna set our shower pan with is just a 4-to-1 sand mix. Now you could use any type of mortar. The only thing I would refrain from using is actual anything with an aggregate in it, like a concrete mix. You wouldn't want to do that just because it would be harder to level things out. But 4-to-1 sand mix is what I usually use for regular mud beds and things, but it's a great setting material, basically just to support this pan. So I'm going to make it fairly wet. It's not going to be, it's going to be more like what you would lay brick or something with, because I do want to level this out. But if you were just to simply making it so that it could just be support and that's all, and you have a completely level floor, then I would make it pretty loose, make it so it's pourable out of the bucket basically, so that you don't have any fighting of it holding anything up. But in this instance, I'm trying to overcome some unlevelness, so I'm not concerned about it being a little too thick. So measure out your water. I'm going to start out with about 4 quarts of water for this bag. Now you would probably use about 3.5 if you were actually doing a shower mix. So this is still probably going to be thick. I'm going to be probably adding some more water to it. But one great tool to mix this with is this mud mixer. This allows you to mix things at a drier consistency. You just really can't do that with a thin set mixing paddle. It's really tough to move this stuff around, but that's what this mud mixer is made for. So if you do a lot of this stuff, I highly recommend you grab one of those. Okay, so I'm just going to wipe down the substrate before putting that mortar down. We just want to make sure that we get this everywhere we need it here. So like I said, we're going to be trying to level out this side a bit. And so we don't really need a whole lot on this back side. So we probably got about 1.5 inch layer on this front side, kind of going down to nothing. Okay. To prep this, we never did set our drain. So let's just take this out for right now and put some silicone on this. Okay, so what we're going to do is use some 100% silicone. I'm just using the clear stuff. And put a bead on the actual receiver of the drain. And put like a 1/4 inch bead around the actual OD drain as well. So you can see I have silicone all the way around there, and I already siliconed all around that. Let me just place this into here. You want to make sure you see that oozing out all the way around. So if you see it kind of oozing out, that's great. And we'll remove the excess after I hand tighten it. So all this needs to be is hand tighten. So you first put on your rubber gasket, and then your little slip sleeve. And then just hand tighten this. Sometimes that That's about good. And it's going to take some paper towels and just remove that excess silicone around that drain. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and set this into place. Okay, so temporarily while I'm letting this mortar set up, I'm just going to put a plastic shim under this corner so that this doesn't move. And then I'm going to just basically stand on this back side. And we'll screw that flange in. Okay. So that's pretty good. Now we do have a little bit. Okay, so make sure that this is level here. It's pretty level. And then we'll just temporarily, because we might be walking on this to do some of the backer board, we'll just put a shim there. So you can see that I do have a bit of mortar holding this front edge up. Yep. It's kind of going. Just make sure. That's pretty good there. Okay, that's probably the most important part, especially on a slider door. Okay, so at that point, now we got the shims on there. Just walk on it, make sure that everything's not moving. We should be in good shape. Okay, so we want to overcome our flange. This is basically just like a tub, essentially. So we're just going to use some furring strips. I'm just going to use the 7/16 OSB for that. And that'll allow us to slide the backer board over that flange. So it's just as simple as putting the furring strips over our existing studs now. Okay, so we're going to be putting a bench off the back here, and I always say between 20 or 19, 22 inches, maybe at the most 21 inches is about a normal height. So we want to get some blocking in here for this little floating bench. So I'm just going to put a whole piece of plywood in that area. Okay, so what we're going to do for our backer board, our waterproofing, is we're going to use a board called Go Board. This is basically just a foam board, really easy to cut, and it's already waterproof. So you just have to apply sealant over the seams and seal and fasteners that you put into it. But the first thing you want to do right against your base, make sure it's nice and clean of debris. And just put a nice generous caulking joint at the base. Okay, so you want to see that oozing out, that's a good sign. And just every 12 inches on your screws. So this is a really fast and easy system to install. It's one of my favorite go-to types because it's actually fairly inexpensive. Just be sure that you buy all the components with the system, including the screws. The screws are kind of pretty important because they have like a fender washer, and it makes sure that you can really
between the boards,
anchor
just put a
that
bead
foam board together. But it really is like a dustless cutting. You know, you can cut it down with a utility knife, really easy to manipulate. Just be sure that any seam you use the go bore sealant before you embed another board into place. And in the corners, another important area that you have to make sure you have plenty of go board sealant. So that's one thing, you don't want to run out of sealant. I usually buy one tube per sheet and then maybe buy an extra one in addition to that. So pay attention to what gaps and things. If you're going to build a custom niche, I would definitely add on a couple more tubes of sealant as well. You don't want to run out of that, but really important for the corners of your shower, make sure there's plenty of sealant so when you put that board in, it kind of oozes out of that corner. I'll do it. And if you messed up and you miscut your pieces like I just did here, don't worry about it. You can always piece it in. It's just going to take a little bit more sealant to be able to make all of that work. So very versatile. You can use all your scraps up. You can make as many pieces as you want. Not a really big deal. Just when you put the corner bead on, I do recommend just doing a metal corner bead for this. It's just going to be more rigid and easier to finish. So yeah, use metal corner bead. Just be sure that you check one side, on the side that you're going to be finishing your drywall. Make sure that that corner bead's set correctly so that you can mud that side of the wall. Okay, so now we got everything up. All we have to do is put like 1 inch overlap of sealant in all the corners and all of the seams. So this will take a couple tubes of sealant. On this corner bead, I would just go with sealant all the way along the side where you're going to have the tile, so that you prevent that from having anything rust out if water got underneath there. Okay, so this is the OD no caulk drain, and basically it's just a rubber gasket and a little locking ring that presses into place. So when I set the tub, I just allowed this to stick up rough out of the floor, and I find that to be the easiest way to go. So basically you need to cut this pipe down to 1 inch into the actual fitting. So let's measure down and see where we're at. So we got a 2-inch hub. So the actual drain itself is 2 inches, and we're flush with it right now. So we only have to cut about 1 inch off of that. So what I would do is just measure on my inside pipe cutter and put a little mark about 1 inch. So that's how far we're going to cut that pipe down. I find this to be the easiest way to go, and then we'll put our locking gasket on it. Notice I'm using an impact driver too. This locks this in so it doesn't fall into the drain. Okay, so just take a utility knife. So you can scrape it with a utility knife. And then, okay, and we'll take our gasket. Make sure the bevel is facing up. If you have to use a screwdriver to push that down, that's fine. Okay, so you can see how the rubber gasket is flush with the top of the pipe. That's what you want it to look like. So that's that 1 inch in there. So you can see this is all flush with the top of the pipe. The pipe's not sticking up past the rubber gasket. Now you can take your locking ring and place that in here. So that's where this little magnet is helpful. That's why I even bought this thing in the first place, so I can get my little tool out of there. Okay, so that's all there is to it. You just basically compress that down with the tool, and just as long as that's pretty well tight, that'll basically press that gasket against the pipe, and you'll have a no caulk sealed drain. Oh my goodness. That's ridiculous. All right, now we can... Okay, so a couple drywall tips. We're going to do our first coat. Always mix your mud. At least do that at least once. Don't necessarily have to do it every day that you do it, but if you mix it, it'll make it a nice consistency. So I always just add a little bit of water, not very much, maybe half a cup of water, and use a mixing paddle for this. And I'll just try and take some of the air bubbles out of it. Okay, so 6-inch knife, I apply it, just take a half trowel, maybe even less than that, and you just coat the corners. And if you have purple board, you just basically put it so you don't see the purple anymore. And I like using paper tape. I think it's the better way to go. Okay, so first coat of mud, this is going to strengthen your muscles on using the mud and getting used to the consistency. Most important thing is just to make sure that everything behind the paper is covered with mud. So don't be generous with it, because once you go to press it off, you're basically pressing all that extra mud out. So I really find that the first coat of mud is actually the most work out of all of it. Maybe sanding the second coat is actually worse than this, but the first coat really does take a little bit of effort and time, because you're just basically trying to make sure that you have enough mud behind the mud or behind the tape. So, you know, just take your time, get used to the tools. And again, this is one of the main reasons that I suggest to go ahead and remove all of your plaster or drywall in your existing bathroom, because this process can just be done over and over again until you get the accuracy that you want. So I'd also recommend just using a lightweight mud, because that's easier to sand, but just know that it is going to take time to dry. So if you're trying to do this in a timely fashion, you're going to have to get a coat of mud on every day that you're actually working on the rest of the parts of the bathroom, so that everything can dry out well. Because this does take, you know, pretty much overnight before you can go on to the second and then third coat as we go on. So really not too much instruction I can really provide, other than just making sure that you have enough mud behind that tape, because otherwise you will get bubbles and you'll have to re-tape areas the next morning. You'll know the next morning when there's something bad is because you'll see like a bump out from the paper tape, and then you'll have to cut it out and replace it. So, but yeah, pretty basic stuff. If you have any questions, leave a comment down below. Okay, so since some of this corner bead didn't do so well on the covering on the drywall, I'm going to put some tape down this seam. Let's just hold this away from the actual corner, but go over that entire seam. That usually takes care of any overlap there. Okay, so where you can, I like to use this paper-faced corner bead. You can see it has the metal in there. So all you have to do is put mud on the other side of the seam, and it makes a nice taped seam versus like how the regular corner bead is. You kind of want to have the regular corner bead so that you can fill over top it with the sealant on the shower side. But on just a completely exposed drywall side, drywall to drywall, these are definitely the way to go. It'll prevent cracks from happening. All you have to do is basically get a copious amount of drywall mud on the corner. So be generous with it. You can just, it'll always squeeze out. just press that corner into place. And you just basically feather down the seams. So that'll be a nice seam or a nice corner that will really have less likeness of the corners cracking in any way. And this is really well adhered once you have this all put together, so I really highly recommend it. Okay, and the way I do these are just kind of put a half trowel of mud and span over a bunch of them at the same time. It just makes an easier motion. Okay, so we're going to be setting our Schluter Ditra to waterproof the floor and have a separation between the plywood and the actual tile. I do really highly recommend you just buy the Schluter All Set, the modified thin set that is made for putting together Schluter products. I do find it to have a superior bonding to the actual fleece of the Ditra. So in this small bathroom, less than 60 square feet, I'm only going to need about a half a bag. So you can see that there's two ratios. There's one for membranes, so 7.5 to 8.5 quarts, and then one for setting tile, 5.5 to 6.5. So I recommend going that full 8.5 for a full bag. So it will be 4.25 quarts of water. About 50 pounds, 10 ounces. So let's get 4 quarts. Always measure your water. $24, about the right. Okay, so we're going to put a valve seal on for our valve made by Schluter. So this is basically just a membrane that you thin set into place. So one thing you have to do is take off our little plastic mounting plaster guard, you can call it. So pull that out of there. Okay, so what this has is a bigger end on the back, smaller end on the top. So all you do is thin set this into place. Okay, so for this seam right here, we're going to use some Curdy band to go between the drywall and make sure that we go down alongside of our shower pan. So I want to make sure that the waterproofing extends around this area here. So we'll get some thin set. This out as if it was drywall mud. take the excess off of the drywall area. Okay, so I'm gonna keep these shims in here. I'm just gonna cut them flush, but I just want to note, you could see how I basically have a 1/4 inch, almost to 3/8 inch to a 1/2 inch on this side. So not a huge deal, but you know, sometimes if you don't level your floor out completely, these are kind of some of the minor issues that you have to overcome. But they can definitely be overcome with the mortar. And then as far as the tiling go, we can build up a little bit more thin set to make it level if we want. Or really with this little bit of variance, it's not that big of a deal. So let's just cut these off flush. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is just make sure get all the debris off the floor. Wipe it down with a damp sponge. This will prevent the thin set from wicking into the subfloor too quickly, and really gives you a chance to clean this all up. They do make a Dietra trowel, basically a 3/16 inch by 3/16 inch square notch trowel. And then we'll go ahead and apply our thin set. So use the flat side of the trowel first, burn it into the substrate. So then you always want to do directional troweling. Okay, then you take a grout float and really try to embed this into the substrate or into your thin set. Okay, so it's not a bad idea to grab your, make sure you have good coverage. So you can see kind of it's all suctioning off a little bit there. I could probably apply a little bit more, but it's not going to hurt you to pull it all up to make sure it's well bonded. But that's sufficient. Usually about 90% coverage. You know, again, there's a little bit of an area there, but for the most part, you just want to see that suctioning up. Okay, again, not a bad idea to pull this back. Make sure you're getting good coverage. That looks pretty good. Need a little bit more. So don't be afraid to pull it back because it's not going to hurt anything. If anything, it's just going to make sure that you get it a good bond to it. Okay, so when it comes to the toilet flange, I like to cut a square of this Curdy membrane. And if you cut on the inside of the pipe with it, it'll stretch around. The pipe nicely. So get it kind of close. Yeah, so that makes a nice tight seal against there. So what we'll do is, since I just have go board sealant and I already have a half a tube here, I'm just going to use that. So just seal around the pipe. Some thin set to bond that. Take this. So now we basically have a nice watertight seal around our pipe. Make sure you have enough. That's it right here. Okay, so kind of the same concept here. Let's get some Curdy membrane. So basically going straight across shower area. I think this is a very critical part of the whole system, is making sure that this is a really waterproof tight seal here. So let's first get our thin set on the Dieter mat. Okay, so then we're going to get a bead or sealant here right against the edge. And then we're going to kind of wrap this up slightly up onto the shower pan. And then that'll create a nice good seal against there. You can see how that's oozing up out of where the Curdy membrane is. And don't worry about too much on there. You'll be able to get that off. Okay, so this is another area I think it's important, is to go up, flash up the walls, especially on the adjacent walls of the shower. So some might consider it overkill, but I think it's important, especially against the shower area. And to make a homemade corner, rather than have to spend those expensive corners, just take a piece of Curdy, 6 inches, 4 inches, whatever. Just cut part of it in half, and then that'll allow us to make the corner. Tuck that into the corner. A little bit of thin set underneath that flap. Okay, so for the floor, we're setting these big, or not big, I mean, I guess these are kind of normal size these days, 12 by 24s. So I'm going to use one of my favorite thin sets, Ardex X5. I really think this is a tremendous thin set for many reasons. The pot life is really great. It has a non-sag quality, which isn't so important for the floors, but it's like right in that mid-level of expense. And the biggest thing, like I said, pot life. If you're a beginner, this stuff is going to make sure that it lasts in the bucket a fairly long time to give you time to cut the tile and get it set. So I always just buy white thin set, but you can use the gray with darker tiles like this. You know, it's not a big deal. You don't have to go with white. It's actually a little bit cheaper with the gray. But we're going to mix this right in the middle with basically 6 to 7 quarts of water per bag. So always make sure that you measure your water before mixing. So okay, so we're going to start right at the shower base. So use the back side of the trowel to fill in that waffle. And then directional troweling on the short side of the tile. So you can see with the 1/2 inch, it really provides a really nice coat of mud. Our thin set. Okay, and then back side of the trowel, just back butter your tile. And then we're just going to stick this right up against our shower base. Leave a little bit of expansion and contraction against the corners and even against the base, but really the way this is going to go is just going to give me like a nice little 1/8 inch space there. Okay, so this margin trowel, just kind of feather out the sides where you're going to be putting the clips. So 2 clips on the short side. So rather than using a laser, just use a straight edge. Make sure that this all stays nice and straight. And this can also allow you to give you a good indication of what you need to measure for here. So 10.5. Okay, so we're just going to use a piece of Schluter edging. So I'll just cut this to fit. Okay, so I usually just go straight up to my door stop, because that's right where my edge of my door is, and that's where they'll end up putting that new flooring that they're installing over there. Okay, so we'll cut out this jamb. can never see how these things. Okay, so the Squadro was the winner here. This little 3 3/8 inch blade really really thin, and it created the least amount of vibration to crack that, eliminating cracking that tile. Everything up before you take any final. Okay, so I took off the weekend and now I'm going to go ahead and remove all of my clips. Now, I get a lot of comments about the messiness of my installation, and I just want to rest assured that all of this stuff does come off fairly easy. And in my experience, if being clean is definitely an objective that I want to try to improve, but it's not always the most important thing. It's about getting things done and moving on with the project. The cleanup really takes time either way, whether you're setting the towel and trying to be neat or just cleaning it up the following day. So in my mind, the time reference to this is all the same. So I just take a rubber mallet and remove all my clips and then clean up my tile. Rubber pad and then remove any of that haze off of there, and then any clips that might be sticking up through the grout joints, just cut them down below. So I just did want to iterate that if you actually do this the next morning, it makes this a lot easier, and I highly recommend that. Now, as I mentioned, I took off the weekend, and that allowed this thin set to become much more difficult to remove. So if you do it the next morning, definitely going to save you a lot of time. And then if you come into a pinch where you're letting this even set for a week, I would recommend using something like sulfuric acid This is basically crystals that you add with water, and it basically weakens the thin set so that you can scrape it out. This is like a last resort if you had to, but it is an option if you had any type of issues. So yeah, so really the cleaning is something that is always painful, but you can really reduce the amount of cleanup by being a little bit neater when you're setting the tile, or just simply removing the clips and cleaning up the next morning. Okay, so there you go. All cleaned up. Probably only took about 15 minutes. So no harm in having thin set on anything, not a big deal. Okay, so we're gonna do our second coat of mud. So we're just gonna use a sanding sponge and just a drywall knife, just scrape some things off. This isn't like a real sanding, this is just kind of taking off the crumblies so I can go ahead and put my second coat on. Okay, so second coat of drywall mud. I always like to go with the ceilings first, and as you can tell, I'm on stilts here. This actually does kind of make it easy to walk around in the room. Definitely not a necessary thing, but if you have them, definitely helps out. I use them for painting, all types of different things. It just gets you to be able to get nice, more continuous motions up against the ceiling. But I do find doing the ceilings are easier in a lot of ways because you can get a little bit more accuracy on the wall on the third coat. So second coat is primarily second coat, just doing one side of the corners and then going over your seams. Now when it comes to the seams, I usually use a 10-inch knife and a 14-inch knife. So I apply it with the 10 and then take it off, like putting a lot of pressure on the 14 and taking off the excess thin set, the actual mud. So you can do that with an 8 and a 10 or an 8 and a 12, but I personally like using a 10-inch blade and then a 14-inch blade to scrape it off. And you'll do that on all of the flat seams, and then on the corners, the outside corners, going over them with a 10-inch knife and filling that in. So second coat, really important that you get this done. I usually like to do this first thing in the morning before getting into my tiling work, because second coat is going to take a long time to dry. And depending on your environment, humidity levels, temperature, you know, it might need that full 24 hours to be able to dry out, especially with the, you know, the mud on the bigger seams and things. You're just applying a lot more mud. So really, at this point, you should definitely be getting used to the tools, but if not, this one will definitely get you used to doing that as well. And don't be overly concerned about imperfections. You can always go over them with the third coat. Sometimes playing around with this stuff ends up making it worse, and you're better off just to do one pass and then move on, and then the next day you can address it again. Okay, so window trim. This is one of my favorite ways to go, and that's doing a Craftsman style window frame. Really simple for the most part. You're just trying to make sure that all your reveals are about the same. So use the appropriate size plywood shimming that you need to be able to shrink the window to the size
so that your side jambs fit correctly. Now I did all of this on the table saws, ripping down all of the components that it takes for this. Each situation is a little bit different with how wide your extension jambs are going to be needed on the window, and that all depends on how the window is placed. But after you get your shims in, put your side pieces in, or I should say you should put your sill plate on first, notch that around the drywall, and I usually overhang the casing about a 1/2 inch on either side. So take your time. This is actually kind of a fun carpentry project, but just know that when you're doing a painted surface like this, you know, you're just going to basically be caulking everything, so any little imperfections can be easily overcome by the caulking. But you know, try your best in making this turn out. But this really kind of became one of the statement pieces of the bathroom because of the craftsman style look.
Okay, so we're going to be doing this very simply. We're just doing some 12 by 24 inch tiles. One of my favorite thin sets for my go-tos, just because it has a really long pot life, is Ardex X5. And I always just get the white because it'll make sure that I can do whatever type of mosaic or whatever type of tile anybody buys. But I really highly recommend this if you're a beginner, because the length of time that it can sit in the bucket is a little over 3 hours. So it gives you plenty of time to be able to make all your cuts and be able to do this. So always make sure you measure all your water. Basically on this particular mix for this whole bag, we're going to be doing 6.5 quarts. Right in between the ratio, they have 6 to 7 quarts. I like to go right in the middle, 6.5. Okay, so we're gonna really keep this simple. Really, we were on a budget on this bathroom, so we're just doing a very simple tile layout. Actually haven't done one like this in a long time. Literally, all it's going to be are these 12 by 24s. No borders, no niches, no shelves, just this. So it'll be basically like a solid surface wall, and then they're gonna have one of these different types of shelving units that are outside of the shower to house all the things. So we're going to be sticking with the 1/3 pattern as we did on the floor. But one thing you always want to pay attention to is the curvature of your tile. If this is bowed considerably, then you want to stay on that 1/3 pattern. But if it is fairly flat, then go in 1/2 pattern, like a standard brick pattern. Makes a lot of sense. But in this particular situation, the customer wanted a random pattern, so that we're going to be doing those 1/3 patterns. So the first thing you want to do is, you know, pay attention to your features. There really isn't too much that can be concerned about, because it's literally just going to be the tile, and where everything meets up with the shower head or the valve is fine. The only thing I want to do is be able to go around my shower base, so make sure that my tile goes around it and comes outside of the shower about 2 inches. We're basically going to be matching this outside wall for our reference of our width. So you want to make sure that when you're cutting this, you're able to have that notch come down to the floor. And other than that, that's really about it. Making sure that we don't have a sliver at the ceiling is really the only thing I'm concerned about. So the first thing you want to do is just evaluate what the center is. So we got 58. That's 29 inches on the center. Pretty simple. Okay, so then when we do the 3rd pattern, just evaluating that, we would basically have, if we put our grout joint right on that center, we would end up with a 5¼ inch piece. And then when we go to, let me just make a mark here at 29. So then when we stagger this, the 3rd pattern going over like 7¾ you would end up with a 21 inch piece and a 13 inch piece, which works out great. And then just to extend this down further down to the 16, it's just going to be the opposite on the other side. So 13 and 21 inches. So our smallest piece is going to be 5 inches in the corner, which works out great. I would say anything less than 4 inches on a wider tile like this is what's going to make it kind of look a little forced, I guess you could say. So you can always offset your pattern a little bit more, but going center with the 12 by 24s is going to work out great. Now let's just evaluate, just to make sure that our floor is level too. So let's just measure down. I got 9 inches, about 8 3/4. So we're about a 1/4 inch difference on either side. Not a big deal. But let's just, so if that's going to be the low side, let's go ahead and just make this the 12 inches. Or basically the full tile here. So let's just mark right to the top of our full tile and then bring our laser up to that. Okay, so that gives us our full tile. And then basically we're going to be cutting these down to about a 9 1/4 inches. So just let's evaluate from one side of the pan. Not that it matters because we're going to be able to scribe cut that now that we have bigger tiles. So 9 1/4. Yeah, same thing, so about 9 inches. So it's a 1/4 inch difference out of level from one side to the other, not a big deal. The only thing I also want to reference is my ceiling. So you can obviously measure this or just set the tile on here and make some little indication marks on the wall to give you an idea of what it's going to be at the ceiling. I'm more of a visual person, so I kind of like just marking up the wall to evaluate this. Now you're obviously going to have some 16th inch grout joints here that'll extend it. So yeah, it looks like we're going to have like 11 inch piece at the top. So pretty good. I mean, 11 inches gives us an inch room to cut, to have that adjustment. Most likely it's going to grow a little bit because of the spacers. So, we might end up with like 10 3/4, 10 1/2 at the ceiling, but that's going to look pretty uniform. So if you keep it simple, you can do this in a day, get grouting, move on with your project. It's once you get into that intricate tile work, putting recessed niches in, even glass shelving will take you a little bit additional time. But really what ends up taking a lot of time is getting into these more complicated patterns. That really, at the end of the day, looks beautiful. I get it. But if you're trying to just do this on a budget and be quick with it, sticking with just 12 by 24s works pretty well. Okay, so we're going to be using one of my favorite trowels, the Euro trowel. So this is kind of like a 1/4 by 1/2 inch trowel, 3/8 by 1/2 inch trowel. But you see how the ridges on it kind of makes it nice. It's great for a large format tile like this. Kind of gives you the minimum amount of thin set and give you a great amount of coverage on your tile. But really when it comes down to tile, it's a matter of evaluating what kind of coverage you're getting. So we made sure that our wall was nice and flat. That's going to make this much easier. So first you want to just, like any type of tile installation, is just use the back side of the trowel and then work it into the substrate and then create your directional troweling. You want to back butter your tile. And it's not a bad idea, just on your first tile, pull it off. Just make sure you are getting good coverage. So as long as everything's suctioning off of there, it should be in good shape. Okay, so then you want to make sure you have a spacer between your shower base. So I just always like to use a 16th inch gap. And then we're going to measure our center. So that was 29 inches. take the time on your first row. It'll make everything a lot easier. We're going to be using our T-lock clips as well.
So yeah, this was definitely one of the easiest showers I've done in a while. It was kind of nice not having all the different features to go around. But you'll see the pattern kind of just repeating itself over and over again, just making sure that you use directional troweling with your thin set, back butter the tiles, set them in place. Use those leveling clips. Those are really helpful on these bigger tiles. Make sure that you don't have lippage in between the tiles. And really the back wall was done first, primarily so that the side walls cover the grout joint. So the back wall is kind of nice to start out with because you really don't have to be too accurate in the corners, and you really should have about an 1/8 inch space between the walls for expansion contraction. So each adjacent wall is considered a movement joint, so try to keep a little bit of space on your tile between that and the actual wall. So, but yeah, it's just a matter of trying to stay clean and put these things together. This will kind of get you used to tiling, so that when you do the side walls, you can be a little bit more accurate with doing your finish cuts. And then same thing for your ceilings, just make sure that you provide a little bit of a gap at that top of that ceiling. And that's really, really helpful because when we use the siliconized acrylic caulk that we'll be using to basically caulk that entire top joint, if it has a little bit of a groove for it to go into, it'll be a much stronger joint and last a lot longer. Otherwise, if you have tiled straight up to the ceiling, you're kind of caulking and smearing between the two surfaces, and it's kind of hard to keep a good caulking joint. So always leave a space, 1/16, 1/8 inch, something like that usually works pretty well.
Okay, so we're going to try to continue the pattern to a certain extent. And the one thing I'm going to pay attention to is my outside wall and make sure that I pretty much match it up on the other side. So if you didn't have an outside wall, I would just recommend going out a couple inches outside of your shower pan area. Make sure the tile goes down below it, because these are where all the problems happen with drywall. And even if you had your base trim butting right up to this, I think it would be a problem with the baseboards. So you're better off to have tile coming at least a couple inches out. So looks like we're 32.25 to my edge. So that's where we want to be on our Ron deck. So we're using this 3/8 inch Ron deck, which is going to match the same size as the tile. And what I normally like to do, and it really depends on whether I can do this or not. So 32.25 is right here. So then we end up with an 1/8 inch piece. So that actually works out pretty well, because then when I go 7 3/4, that's 24, 16, it would be 16 as well. So what I would do is try to wrap this as if this is a full tile. This is basically 5 inches. If we went to the 16-inch one, that'd be like 21 inches. That's gonna kind of look more like a large tile. We'll start out with the 16-inch piece. Let's cut this 16 first. Okay, so when I cut these on the grinder, I just like to use a little diamond hand pad and just soften up the edges a little bit. It makes it so it's not so sharp meeting up against the Ron deck. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and put my Ron deck in first so I can gauge where my thing's actually gonna be. So then what I have to do is basically notch this going down over the shower pan.
Okay, so you're pretty much a pro at this point, or you at least know the methods and the order of operation, and that is basically making sure that you get directional troweling, back buttering your tiles, using those leveling clips. And again, you can really make this pattern the way you want it to. I just feel like making the corner beds in the corner, making it look like one piece of tile is the best way to go. And as you can see, the pattern works out pretty well on a random pattern when you basically have a 32-inch wide wall. So very simple, straightforward, and you're a pro now, so you'll be able to get this wall up done fairly quickly.
So right here, you can see I need to add some more thin set, so you can see how I can see that. So when you see that, just add a little bit more on that side. So just point that.
So one little detail here on the Ron deck against the wall. Sometimes you have to use a horseshoe shim to shim that out to make sure that you cover the edge of your tile. That's really important, and don't worry about that space. You'll be able to caulk that edge and paint that surface pretty easily. But you do definitely want to have that Ron deck even up with the edge of your tile.
Okay, so plumbing wall essentially the same thing. Let's get our Rondeck up here first. Now I did run out of my Ardex X5, so I'm using some Apay thin set here. All I have is gray in the trailer, so you'll notice, I don't know if you'll notice on my camera, but it is definitely a little bit more loose. Doesn't have as much of that non-sag quality to it. Not a real big deal with these bigger tile, but you know, it's definitely nicer having the Ardex X5 because of the non-sag quality of it. And it's just easier to work with, honestly. Okay, so when you put this Rondeck on, I would recommend letting it go a little bit proud of the corner, and so that you can basically fill in the gap that'll be between the tile. You know, because a lot of times when you put the tile up, you're going to have to space this out a little bit. So let this go proud of the corner, so then you can basically use it as the corner bead of the wall the next day. This will make it so that you don't have any grout on the edge of this, and it will be like a nice seamless corner. But yeah, just make this proud of the wall so that when you mud this, you know, you're going to be basically using this as the corner bead.
Okay, so the plumbing wall, more of the same. You're definitely a pro at this point. Just be sure when you are buying Rondeck and you're selecting your metal edging to get the same size as your tile. That usually always works well for me. So if you have 3/8 inch thick tile, get the 3/8 inch Rondeck metal trim so that that evens up nicely. And then when you're installing it, especially even on this outside corner, make sure you shim that Rondeck out to cover the edge of your tile. As I was stating, you're overhanging the outside wall with the Rondeck, so you're going to be able to fill any gap that you have there. As far as the valve trim, that's really just pretty much using a good grinder blade and making sure you cut as close around that little Schluter valve cover as possible. But be sure that you check your own shower valve trim. Make sure that you're covering those cuts. There's nothing worse than having an open cut there, because then you have to kind of basically pull all that tile out and redo it. But it's better to know beforehand rather than once you get into the grouting stage. And then as far as the shower head, in this instance, it was pretty easy. I was able to just notch out a little square, but you might want to get a 1-inch tile bit as well to be able, if you're in the middle of the tile. But other than that, we'll be able to finish this up and you'll get on to the grouting the next day. Okay, so third coat. This is actually a fairly simple one. You already kind of know the methods that are going on here. But really biggest thing on the third coat is sanding that second coat down. This is going to take a lot of the effort. Make sure you have a respirator. These little sanding blocks, they're really great with the beveled edges. Allows you to get into the corners really easily. And if you use the lightweight mud, all of this is going to sand off pretty easily. So just a matter of coating your corners again. I like to do the walls on my third coat, and then just making sure you paint all the other subtleties. So if you had any air bubbles that kind of popped out or whatever, go over those straight seams with your 10-inch knife and just pay attention to all the little details, because you're going to want to paint the next day. So this is really important to try to get everything filled.
We're going to remove the clips. I always recommend doing that 24 hours later. Otherwise, a lot of these clips might get stuck. So if you have the opportunity, take it out the next morning. All I'm going to do is take a rubber mallet and hit it with the joint, and that should crack it off. Now there is going to be occasional clip that's going to get stuck in there, and we're just going to be able to score it out with the utility knife. So I'll show you when I get into that. Oh, right off the bat. So if you get a clip kind of stuck in there, it's not a big deal. You just take your utility knife and score it down below the grout line. Obviously not penetrating or waterproofing, just getting it below the surface of the tile. Okay, so white scrubby pad. Now you gotta remove all the rest of that thin set off of the tile layer. I like to use my favorite tool, the linoleum knife. Okay, so I just like to use a little bit of deep cleaner on everything before I go grouting. So just spray this down and you can scrub it, make sure that you get all that thin set off. That's like really the most important thing, because when you use these premixes, you really don't have the ability to mess around with the thin set. So you're better off just to make sure that everything's nice and clean before you grout. Okay, so against the Rondeck to the drywall, I would just use some latex, siliconized latex caulk, and just caulk that joint and paint it after it dries. I wonder why the battery's dead. Okay, so in this shower, this very simple shower that we're installing here, I'm going to use one of my favorite grouts, the SpectraGlock 1. I've been using this for the last half a dozen or so jobs, and I've been really happy with it. So if you want something that you can easily put in place and move on with the rest of the project, this is definitely one of these type of grouts. And what's really great is that you can go back and touch up things later because it's a pre-mix. It's just going to be in the bucket. So if you screwed up something, if you had too much water in your joint or something, you can touch this up later. So I'll show you a couple really important tips on installing it, and you can move on with the rest of your project. Okay, so you really don't have to mix anything. Everything is already ready to go. I would just recommend having 2 buckets of water so that you can effectively remove the grout afterwards. If you don't have 2 buckets, once it gets too grimy, it's hard to clean the tile. But I would really recommend these sponges as well. If at least do have this for the grouting aspect of the shower. The Ardex sponges, they definitely hold more of the, you're able to clean them better, and it's square, so it makes the joints nice and tooled. But the first thing you want to do is just wipe your surface down with the damp sponge, and this just helps glide that grout over the joints. But you have to make sure that all of your joints are already cleaned out before doing this. I mean, you have a little bit of wiggle room to be able to play around with your joints, but you really want to make sure that everything's cleaned off before you get started. This is one of my favorite grout floats. This is a Troxel grout float. It has a little bit of a flexible aspect to it, which is really nice. So this has a nice fine consistency to it, and it's really easy to pack the joints and remove any excess. So basically, you only want to be grouting about what you can remove within 5 minutes. That's about all the length of time that you want this stuff sitting on the tile. So just pack the joints and pay attention to what they look like. But again, this is a very flexible grout where if you miss something, if you don't like the way it looked after it sets up, you can easily just scrape it out and apply new grout. So I really like that aspect of it.
So at this stage, it's really all about just making sure that all those joints are well packed and not really paying too much attention to how much grout is actually left on the tile. It's more important to make sure all those grout joints are completely packed and filled, because then when you go over with the sponge later, you can tool the joint and get it all nice and even with the tile. So it's just a matter of going through this. Now, most of the time, I can usually do the entire wall within 5 minutes. But if you can't do it in that type of period of time, just go halfway down the wall, wipe it down, and then do the other half. So it really is a flexible grout when it comes to that. So just take your time, pay attention to those joints, and then you can do a final cleanup after all of the grout is set in the shower.
So 5 minutes, just use a sponge, and circular motions usually help get it off. Pay attention to those joints, and what the most important thing about this is making sure that your sponge is just damp. Too much water will wipe out the joints, or wash it out, I should say. So just make sure that's really well wrung out. And again, if you had too much water and it ran out the joint, just wait till it dries, and then you can address it later and add more to it. So my very delicate grout, very easy to come out. You just can't have too much water on the sponge or you'll just wash out the joint. Okay, so this is the part that will help you out. So after you wipe everything down, take a microfiber cloth and just wipe this down. This will prevent any of the haze from coming out and allow you to really take a look at the grout joints here.
So one of the rewarding things about using this type of grout is that you can immediately get a finished look of what the project's going to look like. A lot of those old traditional grouts, you could never tell what the actual color was going to be until everything's set up an hour later or so. But with this stuff, once this is wiped off, and that is the color. And I should also mention that this type of grout never needs to be sealed or have any other type of maintenance that you have to apply to it. So that's another great benefit. Like once you install this, that's it, and you can move on with the rest of your project.
Sometimes that light really brings out the imperfection.
And another point that I should bring to your attention is that if you do have any haze left over after you do this initial wash, wiping everything off, wait about an hour, and then you can use a something like Windex with vinegar, or you can just take a little bit of vinegar and add some water to it and just spritz the tile, and then use a white scrubby pad to remove any additional haze. Some tiles are a little bit more sensitive to haze that might be left on the actual tile. One of the biggest types of tiles that I have issues with are the really nice high gloss tiles. Sometimes when the light reflects on it, you can see a little bit of haze. But wait about an hour until everything sets up really nice and stiff. And then just use a white scrubby pad and a little bit of vinegar water, and you'll be able to remove any of that excess off. But this Spectralock one, I have really had very limited problems with having any haze being left on. The biggest issue I ever have is some intricate tile that have a lot of little grooves in it that have been really difficult to maybe get some of that. But that really happens with any type of grout when you get into some of these sensitive mosaics that have like real fine little cuts in them. But overall, very pleased with this stuff, and it really will last a long time and look great for your project. So I hope these tips have helped you out.
So we're going to go ahead and put our valve trim in, put a new shower faucet on. So this is about as simple as it gets. Just take your cover off, and this has a little square mechanism. Just keep that square. So make sure it's all the way off. Okay, discussion plate. It's got the rubber gasket around it. Make sure the cooler's up. All right, so for the shower head, get some Teflon tape on, about 4 or 5 revolutions clockwise, and use a little bit of pipe sealant. And then just get a little bit on there, just to ensure a good seal. Get that to about hand tight. Okay, so I'm going to add a handheld to our shower, and I think this is going to be one of the easiest ways to go about it, because even if you had an existing shower head, you can add this on and it'll make a nice easy way to divert from your handheld to your shower. So this is the Windet Kohler system. So as you can see, it just anchors to your existing plumbing, and then it just has your turn on and off valve down below. So let's show you how this goes together here. Okay, so in the back of here, this will adjust to be able to get it to connect to your distance, because every distance of the shower arm is going to be a little bit different. So basically you just want to thread this on. Now this does have a rubber gasket on it, so you don't need any Teflon tape for it. Just make sure that it's in there. And we'll just thread this on. Okay, then you just want to basically adjust this until it's about level, so it's even along the side. And then what we'll do, so it does have double-sided tape, but we're going to actually drill some holes and actually get this into the tile work. So yeah, so basically put this little plate on here and then adjust this until it meets the wall so that this is nice and even. And we just want to make sure that this stays level. And then we'll just mark our tile work. Okay, so we're going to anchor this because I don't like the idea of the double-sided tape. I just don't think that's going to last very long. So we'll go ahead and just drill a hole. Same right here. Again, just make sure that your rubber gasket's in there. Oh, this is a magnet. Huh, that's kind of neat.
Wow.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. So they can almost be like a body spray. Yeah, good flow. And you just pause it. Okay, so we're going to be putting a bench in. So this is actually kind of a pretty cool one because these little things slide out to be able to put our anchors in. And what it'll do is it'll fold up against the wall. So let's take out our slider pieces here for the top. Now most benches I recommend between 19 and 21 inches. So kind of like a normal seat height. So we're just going to basically sit this right at 19 inches. And we also have to evaluate the center of our shower. Center of our shower, not with the shower doors, but with our shower is 28 inches. So we're about 14 inches. That's about our center.
Okay, so as far as drilling holes, my go-to blades these days are these Milwaukee Diamond Plus bits. They really do last 10 times longer, as it states on the bit. And that's really important for porcelain tiles. I mean, there's going to be 8 screws on this bench alone. And in the shower door, I'm going to have another 5 or 6 holes I got to drill. You can go through many bits on many other types of brands. So I really do highly recommend these type of diamond blades or bits. The only thing I would really highly recommend is you keep it cool. So every time that you drill a little bit, cool it down, have a little cup of water, dip it in there, and then continue to drill. Now, I did make a little mistake on this particular blocking on my bench. The top screws, I did not have any blocking behind. I miscalculated how high the back bench seat, the anchors were going. So pay attention to that. Learn from my experience here. If I would have just had another foot of blocking, I would have had everything secured. But 6 solid screws into the backing here is really going to be sufficient. And I just used some plug anchors. The only other thing is you want to put a little bit of silicone in the holes before you actually drill them in place. That'll kind of prevent any water from getting into those holes behind the seat.
You're the ultimate tester. Are you sure?
Well. Oh, it looks good. Okay, so in this alcove shower space, it usually makes sense to do sliding glass doors. So today we're going to install the Dreamline Sapphire. So this is both sliders will slide so that you have accessibility to get into the shower either way. So yeah, very simple installation. I'll show you how you put it together. Basically, this is the bottom track, this is the top track. Rollers on top will make the door actually slide. So first thing you want to do is measure your opening. So where the top rail is going to go, measure it. We got 57 3/16, and then measure it down at the base where the bottom track will be, and we have the same thing, 57 3/16. So we're going to take 9/16 off of the top track. That's what they want you to do, is subtract 9/16. So let's first get the 90 or the 57 3/16 mark. Okay. And then we're going to subtract 9/16. So that'll be our cut mark right here. And then the bottom one is going to be 5/16. We're going to subtract 5/16. So first get the 57 3/16. And then we're going to take off 5/16. That'll be our cut mark here. All right, so I advise using a chop saw for this so you could get nice square cuts. When I do use silicone for shower doors, I like to use this water clear silicone. And so this bottom track, we're going to want to put some silicone down all the way along the bottom. Particular shower door system, and then these little caps go on the end here. Okay, so we're gonna find the center, 6 5/16. Okay, so put your side rails, and then we'll mark our holes. Same thing on this side. Okay, so we're going to caulk all our corners and against the base, and we're going to use Lattisil 100% silicone. This is my favorite silicone to date. It's nice and thick, somewhat easy to use. But first, always cut your tip a little bit smaller than what you actually need. Worst thing that can happen is having too much silicone in your joint. So let's go ahead and do our vertical joints first. A little bit of Windex with vinegar, spray that whole joint, and then we're going to use this anvil caulking tool to spread it. And just for the final touch up, I'm just using my finger to make sure I get all the rest of it off of there. Sometimes the finger's just the best way to go. I think I like the way that worked anyways.
So caulking is one of those things that just takes practice and takes patience as well. And when you're really paying attention to that corner, you know, you can kind of drive yourself nuts trying to get a perfect joint. But they do make alternative caulking tools that you can select and be able to choose something that will actually get a really nice joint. So you can try out the caulking tools. In my opinion, my finger usually works mostly well, and I'm able to have more control of removing that caulking. But don't be afraid to add more caulking where you need it. And then if it really didn't turn out well, you can always just remove it all and start over again. So have a little bit of acetone on hand will help you clean up any of that silicone. So it's not the end of the world if you don't get it on the first shot, but just take your time. And then, like I was mentioning, you want to use the 100% silicone. That's going to last the longest, and you won't have any like future maintenance things that you have to do every year. So take your time and try to get the best joint that you can.
Okay, so for the ceiling joint, I'm going to use this advanced modified polymer. It's basically paintable within an hour, and it also has the elasticity of silicone. It actually says it outperforms silicone, so just as long as it's a flexible joint, that's all it really matters. But we're going to paint this the same color as the ceiling when we go to paint. Okay, so let's go ahead and just silicone their side tracks. Okay, so we just gotta put these anti-jumpers on after you get the front door on. Alright, good to go. Okay, so for the floor, we're going to use the Spectralock one again. So make sure you keep this little cover if you want to save this stuff. This will kind of help it from getting all crusty. Okay, so step one is just to wipe down the surface with a damp sponge. And then,
Can I walk in?
yeah, just pack all the joints. take a microfiber cloth so you don't have any haze.
Okay, so painting. This is a part of the project that I can't say I absolutely enjoy. I'd much prefer putting a lot of other things together, but you know, painting is an imperative part of the whole process and really is important. It is something that I feel a lot of people, it's underappreciated because it does take time to do all of this. So right after the third coat, you want to sand everything down, use that sanding block, really pay attention to the details. And if you have any touch-up spots, I didn't really have any in this particular bathroom, but if you do have any touch-ups, I do recommend getting some 5-minute mud, and this will allow you to patch up any holes real quickly so that you can move on with the project. And then really the order of operation is primarily, you know, wiping everything down, getting all the dust off the walls, off the ceiling, priming everything, painting the ceiling. I usually use a flat white ceiling paint, and then painting the trim with your, you know, semi-gloss paint, and then cutting everything in with the color, and then 2 coats of the color on the walls. So it definitely takes some time. I usually have a fan in the room so that I can get things done efficiently, but you know, it's pretty much an all-day process painting some of these bathrooms. So, but it is rewarding. You're at the finish line at this point, so you're almost there.
Okay, so we're gonna put this little toilet flange on, and basically this is gonna slip inside of my 3-inch. So this is the way I like to do it, just have this wildly cut up, so then, you know, I have the waterproofing around here, and now I just have to set the flange on top of the tile. So we're gonna take my oscillating tool and cut this down. Okay, so that's still kind of sitting a little bit up because there's like a little bit of a bump out here, so you have to kind of cut down a little bit. Recessed in there. Okay, so take your utility knife, just cut any of these little burrs off of there, and we'll test this again. So we're still a little bit, might actually have to cut a little bit of this tile out here actually, because this needs to, this little bump out is kind of holding it up, so I probably didn't have enough out of here, so let me go do that. So nice and flat. You just want to make sure that it's just completely flat on the floor, and now it is. Yeah, it should work.
Okay, so finishing up the plumbing so that you can get your pedestal sink in. I would say most of the time you're just going to want to use an 1.25" adapter to 1.5" female fitting, so that you can bump that out of the wall a little bit. It all depends on your own situation. Obviously, we had to shim out this wall, so we needed a little bit of an extension to go into our sanitary tee. So it all depends on your own situation, but most of the time having a female adapter going to 1.25" works great. You can also use 1.5" if you prefer to have the bigger drain, but pedestal sinks really is up to you. Most of the drain assemblies that are coming out of your sink drains are 1.25", so you can continue that all the way in. But we'll get into that a little bit later, but you're basically just gluing this into place. And then what I really like to use for my shutoff valves are these shark bite type of press on fittings. I think it really works out great because you can eliminate all the copper look. Just put on your escutcheon plates first, and then use your depth gauge to be able to gauge where you need to cut the pipe, so that when you slide on the shark bite, it's fully engaged, but then it also is not revealing any of the copper, which makes it look like a nice chrome valve. So really simple, easy, quick installation. Okay, so light fixture, pretty straightforward stuff at this point. Now that you have blocking already set behind the drywall, all you have to do is cut out for your box. Now I do like using these deeper new work boxes, and that allows you to be able to just recess it right in. So that's kind of what we had planned ahead of time before we did the drywall. Just a matter of using a Romex connector, and then when you make sure when you connect your wires to the actual light fixture, if it's a braided line, which is most of the fixtures out there, make sure that that braided line extends out past the copper before you thread on your wire nut. Otherwise it won't completely tighten on there, and you always want to double check, pull on those wires, make sure that they're well sound. But other than that, it all depends on the kind of light fixture that you actually purchased and what kind of kind of trouble it takes to install. On this particular one, I used a screwdriver bit for the end of my drill that allowed me to go at an angle to be able to put the screws on the top. But everyone's different, so it really depends on what you buy.
Okay, so make sure that's level, centered, and we can go ahead and mark our... Why do they have to make it so freaking... There we go. They really do make it like impossible to get in there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so pilot hold this. These guys, the best way to go about this is just to thread on your caps. And use a driver bit. Apparently the bolts are getting weaker these days. You used to be able to just do that. Staying level with the bolts there. Not too bad. Okay, so before we mount that, we're going to put on our faucet. So this is one of the easiest types of faucets to install. So just a single handle. And this guy, this is the reason it's so easy, because it already has a rubber gasket on it, and this is just a push-in lever, so no need for silicone, no need to try to get the lever to work. Just slide it on. Just hand tighten this, and that's all there is to it.
Okay, so once you have your faucet installed, you can go ahead and set it into place. I would just advise putting the bolts on, but not fastening completely to the wall, because you're going to need a little bit of room so you can prop it up on the pedestal and connect all of your plumbing. It's really tough to connect your plumbing with the pedestal in place, so that's kind of why I prop it up, hold it to the side, do all my plumbing, test it, make sure you fill up your sink as well, make sure that nothing is leaking, and then you can put the pedestal into place and then fasten everything to the wall. That really is the easiest and best way to go. And then once you can fasten everything tightly to the wall. Now there is an option that you could fasten your pedestal to the floor as well. I didn't do that in instance. I don't do it in most situations, but if you're wanting to fasten that pedestal into the floor, you can do that as well.
Okay, so we'll just make sure we mark where this at, see if make sure this doesn't go too far in. So that's not too bad. We can leave that the way it is.
Okay, so putting your toilet is kind of a breeze now. Now that you have your flange placed above the tile layer, all you need is a standard wax ring with no horn. It usually works better just with a standard wax ring for these type of flanges. And then you just put in your bolts, line them up with your toilet, set it in place. And then I like to use linesmans, just regular linesmans, to cut the bolts, and then just make sure you tighten that bolt again to make sure that it's well secured. Put your caps on, and then your final step is just to use some silicone and using the Windex again to keep that from smearing on it. The silicone really does provide more sanitary basis for the toilet, and it also kind of helps to keep it from doing any rocking if you have any unlevelness in any way. So that'll be it, and you're ready to go. Okay, so accessories. This should be the final step of your project. Hopefully everything else went successfully for you. But one thing I did forget, and it totally slipped my mind. I'm always preaching to do this, and that is to put some blocking behind where your accessories are. So I'm hoping if you're watching this before you get into the framing area that you do some blocking in the areas that you're going to do it. It'll make it a lot easier because then you can just use regular 1.5-inch screws or 2-inch screws to screw your accessories in, and it'll be a much more solid installation. Now, if you forgot like me, you can use these Klein anchors. I find them the easiest ones to use, but then you can also use toggle bolts for a lot of accessories too. That is actually a pretty good way to make sure that your tile bars stay in place. So good job if you got to the completion line on this one, and leave me a comment below if you have any more questions about your project or anything else that you need more guidance on in this particular type of bathroom setup. And if you're serious about doing a bathroom like this, definitely check out the course. I basically have this entire basically category of videos in the tutorial, but I also have written form information that gives you all the links to the products, gives you additional things to make sure that you're doing when you're installing a lot of this stuff. And then also I have checklist guides, and then support most of all. So if you have any questions about your own bathroom, I'm more than happy to help you out in the course. And then if you're really needing additional help on something really specific, you can sign up for a coaching session with me, and we can do a 30-minute FaceTime or Zoom call, and we can really make sure that we get the information that you need. So the only thing I really wish I would have done on this video is actually clean the camera for the final image. It really bothers me that I had stuff all over top of it, but a lot of times you're just rushing on to the next project. So anyways, if you watch this entire video, I really appreciate your dedication to watch it, and I really appreciate all of you who have subscribed and has made this channel what it is. So until next time, I'll see you in the next video. Thanks so much.